Baseball fans getting their weekend off to an early start. It's a Friday matinee of Cubs baseball here on WGN Sports. The Hyundai leadoff man precedes the Pirates and the Cubs. It's a hot one today. Hi, everyone. I'm Len Casper. We'll hear from Jim Deshaies in a few minutes. The Cubs have won all 3 games on this homestand. They swept Milwaukee. The Pirates come in having dropped 4 in a row. They're a game and a half out of the second wild card spot. Nobody wants to play the Cubs right now, even though they're in 5th place in their division. If you go back to August 22nd, their last 13 games, and obviously 7 of those include Jorge Soler. The Cubs with the most wins in the National League. They're hitting a lot of home runs, and they have scored a bunch of runs as well. Tsuyoshi Wada will go for the Cubs. Right-hander Vance Worley for the Pirates. The leadoff man is brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundaichicago.com. The Hyundai leadoff man, brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come in and test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. Just over 3 weeks to go. 22 games left for the Cubs, and all but 3 against playoff contenders. The Cubs right now 2 games back of the Cincinnati Reds for 4th in the NL Central. Let's hear from the manager, Ricky Renteria, about all these games against teams that could possibly play in October.
The clubs that we're playing are in postseason positions that seems to be challenging these guys as much as these guys just going out there and taking care of business. I think really the other aspect of it is kind of on the periphery. We know it affects, obviously we know we're not naive, we know it affects the landscape of the postseason play for a lot of these clubs, but I think these guys are really concentrating on just playing the game and letting that aspect of it take care of itself. They know that, you know, when you play good clubs, you have to make you have to play well. The club that makes the least amount of mistakes, both mentally and physically, as we've talked about, are the club that end up giving themselves a chance to win at the end of the day. And I think our guys have been doing that for a couple of weeks now, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, a little while.
Does it help you with your measurement of what players' progress is then because of that?
Well, I think in and of itself, just looking at the quality of players that we have right now, my eyes tell me that we're moving in the right direction. In terms of the situation, I think they're dealing with, quite frankly, the quote-unquote pressures just simply because they're not placing them in front of themselves. They're allowing themselves just to play the game. And even if we were in contention right now, I would want these guys just to go out there and play the game. You know, just to take care of what they can control. And I think once you start separating yourself from putting a whole bunch of weight, you know, on your shoulders, you allow yourself the freedom to just continue to perform.
And the Cubs may have to do it the rest of the way without their all-star shortstop and first baseman. We'll take a look around the majors, first to third, getting you set for a weekend of Cubs baseball. Brought to you by your Chicago and Northwest Indiana Hyundai dealers, who invite you to come in and test drive our award-winning lineup today. Visit buyhyundai.com. Let's go first to third. The Cardinals beat the Brewers last night in Milwaukee. Now a 6-game winning streak for the freaking Redbirds and Milwaukee. Wow, 9 straight losses. They're 4 games out. John Lackey for the Cardinals tonight. Mike Fiers will pitch for the Brewers. The Yankees are 4 games out for the second wild card in the American League. They'll host the Kansas City Royals this weekend. Detroit 1 game out of first place and right now in possession of the second wild card in the AL. Big series this weekend. The San Francisco Giants are in Detroit. We have Cubs baseball coming up as they host the Pittsburgh Pirates. Stay with us. From beautiful Wrigley Field in Chicago, we're set for Cubs baseball on WGN Sports, getting set for a weekend series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we welcome Cub fans from sea to shining sea watching on WGN America, America's home for baseball. Great to have you with us, Jim DeShays and Len Casper. 22 games to go. The end is near, but the Cubs really have played their best baseball here as of late.
Yeah, one of those cable channels has Shark Week. For the Cubs lately, it's been Contenders Week. They saw St. Louis, split a 4-game set with them, swept the Brewers. Now they have the Pirates in town. They're reeling a little bit. The Cubs playing perhaps their best baseball of the year.
Yeah, and they just swept Milwaukee. Remember, the previous homestand, they swept the American League East leading Orioles. So a lot of contenders don't want to see this last place team.
No, they got a lot of young kids that are playing hard. They're going to go hard to the finish line. They're swinging the bats well. You see averaging almost 6 runs per game in that set against the Brewers.
So it's a rookie left-hander, although he's 33 years old. Tsuyoshi Wada off to a great start to his Cubs career.
Yeah, just okay last time out. Still was able to register a quality start in a loss at St. Louis, but overall really, really good. Take a look at some of the company he has joined in terms of lowest ERA, first career 9 starts as a Cub. Kyle Hendricks joins him along with Houghton, Jeremy Gonzalez, and Mike Harkey.
Vance Worley, we saw him in June here. He beat the Cubs on the 21st of that month. He's been a nice addition to this Pirates rotation.
Yeah, late acquisition towards the end of spring training from the Twins. Started the year in the minor leagues. Since coming up, has pitched quite well for Pittsburgh. He's pitched really well here in his 2 starts at Wrigley Field.
Pirates 4th in the wild card, a game and a half behind Atlanta and Milwaukee, who are tied for 2nd in that race. Let's send it down to the field now for our national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please rise. Kindly remove your caps and join the Melodiers as they honor America with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed as the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled
Budweiser, great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Ford, manufacturers of America's best-selling brand. Check out our best-selling lineup at your local Ford store or online at localfordstores.com. And by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. Cubs baseball in high definition on WGN TV is brought to you by Xfinity, your home for the most live sports. It's hot, and the Cubs are hot. They have won their last 6 in a row at home, all coming against playoff contenders and really first-place teams. They actually knocked Milwaukee out of first earlier. Go back to 2008 when they were just almost unbeatable in this ballpark. They had a 14-game winning streak. And as I said earlier, forget the standings. Everybody who comes here to Wrigley Field understands the Cubs have been playing some really good baseball and some unfamiliar guys they have to face, and that certainly may be part of the reason why the Cubs have had so much success here as of late.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it, too, is it's just not one facet of the game. They've been swinging the bats well. The pitching's been solid, if not spectacular. The bullpen's been really, really good for an extended period of time now. For the most part, a couple bad games, but for the most part, they've been playing very well defensively.
Let's get the umpires for this afternoon's game. Brian Onora will work the plate. DJ Rayburn is at first, Dan Bellino at second, and Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is over at third. Well, DJ Rayburn will be performing later tonight at a local Chicago club.
I don't know what that means.
87.
Oof. Muggy.
Very muggy, and the wind blowing straight out as we get started. We are missing an umpire at the moment.
Yeah, well,
which may explain a little bit of the delay.
We're good. Start with 3. My goodness, back in the day, they used to do it with 2.
It's Dan Bellino we are missing at the moment. Now the Pirates starting lineup. How about Josh Harrison's season? The former Cub farmhand, an all-star, and just named the player of the month for August. Jordy Mercer's at short. Last year's MVP. Andrew McCutcheon's in center. Russell Martin, big numbers here in this ballpark this season. The Pirates have won all 4 series against the Cubs, no matter where they've played this year. Marte is in left. Gabby Sanchez much better against lefties and righties. Neil Walker, the switch-hitting second baseman. Jose Tabata is in right. Vance Worley, the pitcher, bats ninth.
And there's the line of relievers like a cattle herd headed to the bullpen with all the September call-ups. A lot of bodies. Let's take a look at the bodies that are between the lines right now playing defense for the Cubs this afternoon. Outfield alignment of Coughlin, Alcantara, and Soler, left, center, right. Third to first will go Valbuena, Baez, Logan Watkins, Christopher Lake. Mike Alt has joined the ball club. You may see him over at first base a little bit. John Baker, a late addition to the starting lineup. Castillo was scheduled to start, scratched with a tender low back. And on the mound, of course, Tsuyoshi Wada. 33-year-old left-hander, 4-2 with a .279 earned run average through 9 starts. He's a fly ball pitcher, but he's done a pretty good job keeping the ball in the ballpark. That will be a real challenge today with the wind blowing out. For a guy who doesn't throw real hard, he has a good strikeout rate. Got a split finger and a slider to complement a fastball at, 89, 90, 91 for the most part. But there is some deception in that delivery. This is his first ever appearance against the Pirates.
Both teams off yesterday.
Looks like we're going to start one umpire short, eh?
Yep, and I'm trying to confirm who it is. We know Kellogg is at third, and we know Onora's back at the plate. So it's either DJ Rayburn or Dan Bellino at first. So here's Harrison.
If I had my umpire trading cards, I'd be able to figure it out.
Okay, so it is DJ Rayburn, who is not on the field at the moment. And we're underway. Wada to Harrison for a strike. First time All-Star this year. National League Player of the Month for August. Led the league in hits, extra base hits, and slugging. He's third in the league this year in batting average. Do you know Ben Revere is leading the NL in hitting right now?
I know that only because I was looking at it just the other day.
Justin Morneau is second. That ball hit to deep left and right at the wall, and it's actually in the vines, and Chris Coghlan just puts up his hands, and it'll be a double to start the ball game. As we were saying, Josh Harrison's hot. He's hitting for power.
Yeah, well, he came in 10 out of his last 24. That's a .417 batting average. Not many of their hitters have been swinging it real well of late. They lost 4 in a row to the Cardinals. Had a hard time scoring runs in that series. Or, excuse me, 3 in a row to the Cardinals, 4 in a row overall. But Harrison continues to swing a hot bat. Just misses a leadoff home run here. Wada's going to have to work out of a bit of a situation here after the leadoff double in the first.
Now the shortstop Mercer, he's homered twice over his last 4 contests. Valbuena's in on the grass at third. Valleca moved in at first. Another addition to the roster, Mike Olt, who homered again for Kane County in their playoff game last night, is back. Officially recalled from his rehab assignment. So he's available off the bench today, and we may see him in the lineup at first base later this weekend. The 1-0 on the way, bounced right back to Wada. He looks back Harrison and gets the out at first.
Mercer unable to advance Harrison. Now you got to keep an eye on Harrison. He's capable of stealing a bag. 17 steals. He's been caught 6 times. Pirates run a fair bit. They're 4th in the league with 92 stolen bases. They may be a little more aggressive in that department with Baker behind the plate as opposed to Castillo.
Last year's MVP, Andrew McCutchen. I think another fine season. McCutchen in the top 10 in the NL and wins above replacement. The leader right now in that category is Clayton Kershaw, who might just win the MVP. Giancarlo Stanton would be the other big candidate for that award. Low and outside, 2-0. McCutchen, a career .348 hitter in this ballpark. Foul tip, 2-1.
Challenge with the fastball, threw him a 2-0 let up, had McCutchen well out in front. Perfectly displayed there in super slow-mo.
Oh, that was nice. Some of the bat head was a little bit out in front. It's an Ultramo look.
Ultramo.
Feathered out into center, and it will be run down by Alcantara for the out. 2 down for the catcher, Russell Martin. Looked like we were going to have quite a battle of big arms from behind the plate today with Martin and Castillo, but Welly with some lower back tightness, scratched from the lineup. He's listed as day-to-day. It's John Baker back there. Martin with at least 1 caught stealing in each of the last 4 games.
Yeah, he's really good. Very good. Good all-around player. Got an on-base percentage over .400 this year. Pretty good pitch. Maybe a little low, maybe a little out. Maybe not.
That's pretty much where you'd like to throw it almost every time against a righty.
Yeah, and it's, if you don't, it's not one you're going to stomp your foot and scream at the umpire over because it's borderline. But yeah, you get paid. That's where you make your living as a pitcher down there. Fastball command down and away. You start from there, and you can have a lot of success in this league. This little backdoor slider to even the count.
Wada's 1-1 is inside. Martin not afraid to get hit. And in fact, earlier this year got hit in St. Louis, but the umpire deemed that he didn't try to get out of the way, so it was called a ball. And the at bat had to continue. It's a rarely cited rule. Fouled away. 2-2.
Contributing to that high on base percentage, Russell Martin, Starlin Marte, both willing to hang in there and take one for the team. Matt Holliday is typically among the leaders in that department. John Jay.
What's going on in this National League Central? Everybody's throwing at each other.
It's a very competitive situation. It's a hard-nosed group. It's the black and blue division of the National League.
Ground ball to third, backhanded by Valbuena. Up with it. The throw gets past Valleca, and the Pirates get on the board. It was not a good throw, and it looked like on the bounce it didn't come up at all for Valleca. That'll be an error on Valbuena.
Yeah, and that's where Valleca's lack of experience has probably shown more than anything with his play at first base. He's done a pretty good job over there, but there's been a couple of plays as you watch the play develop, you think, well, if that was Rizzo, the play probably gets made. It's an E5 as Valbuena I don't think he ever got a good grip on this ball. Throws a little sinker over there.
It hit the grass, not the dirt, so it's kind of had a skidding action.
And that's when he's trying to pick it there. You have to make sure you knock that ball down to prevent that run from scoring, or at least have a fighting chance to throw Harrison out heading for home.
That stretches the inning, and here's Marte, the left fielder. DL time this year with a concussion. A few days before opening day, signed a 6-year extension. That invisible, that four-seamer up in the zone, a lot of guys have trouble with against Wada.
Yeah, the one way up they have a hard time laying off of. And then you also see him, there'll be fastballs right over the heart of the plate that appear to be very hittable that they just swing through. Good carry, good backspin on his four-seam fastball. A little cutting action on that one. Pirates this year 5th in the league in runs scored, 5th in home runs. They're tied for 1st in on base percentage, so they got guys that'll work a walk, and we showed you the graphic with the two guys among the leaders being hit by a pitch.
Missed high. 3 balls and a strike. Everything else is under the lights later tonight. Only game going on right now. Full count, 3-2. This will be at least a 20-pitch inning for Wada. Now Valleca will play behind Martin, who will go here with 2 outs. And a full count on the batter. And the pitch. Broke his bat as he hit it foul.
Well, despite recent struggles, the Pirates still feel pretty good about their chances to at least claim one of these wild card spots, if not chase down the Cardinals for the division. Their next 13 games are against clubs with losing records. 6 of those with the Cubs. They've got a 4-game set with the Phillies and a 3-game series with Boston. Those 3 teams have combined to go 41 games below 500.
In on the hands and fouled out of play.
Now, having said that, we all realize that the Cubs are playing pretty good baseball right now, so they're not easy to beat right now. Certainly have not been in recent days.
Yeah, I mean, that would be like if you're playing Milwaukee right now or the Cubs, you've got a playoff contender versus a last place team, but most people would rather play the team that's struggling currently. Because, you know, JD, it's not who you play, it's when you play.
When you play. A lot depends on who's scheduled to start, too.
Marte chased one in the dirt. Baker will fire to Valleca, and that will end the inning. An unearned run, and the Pirates lead 1-0 with the Cubs coming up. The 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity, at least 10 hits in the Cubs' last 4 consecutive games. Alcantara leading off, Baez, Valbuena, and Soler 2 through 4. Chris Coghlan is going to hit 5th in front of another Chris, Valleca. Logan Watkins at second, off to a really good start here this season in the big leagues. Baker the catcher, Wada the pitcher.
Well, let's take a look at the Pirates defensively this afternoon. They've committed 97 errors, most in the National League, but better than a quarter of those. Pedro Alvarez, who's not in the lineup today. Good speed in the outfield. That's an understatement. Marte, McCutchen, Tabata, left, center, right. Infield, Harrison, Mercer, Walker, Sanchez. Neil Walker's committed but 4 errors all year long. Russell Martin, as Len pointed out last inning, really, really good behind the plate. He's caught 36% of would-be stealers. And Vance Worley does the pitching for the Pirates here this afternoon. Comes into this game with a 6-4 record, a 3.01 earned run average. It's 13 starts plus 1 relief appearance. Doesn't strike out a lot of guys. Doesn't walk many at all. He's a pitch to contact type pitcher. Cutter, sinker, occasional curve, occasional change.
Call him the Vanimal. 6'2", 230. Strike on Alcantara. The word on DJ Rayburn, he's under the weather, so it'll be a 3-man crew today. Honora back at the plate, Bellino and Kellogg on the bases, which we occasionally see in spring training. So they're trained to work with 3.
These guys are flexible. They can handle it.
I wonder if it affects replay. It might.
Yeah.
If each manager would get an extra freebie or not, we'll find out. 1-2 on the switch hitting Alcantara. Baez next. And then Valbuena. Strike 3 called for out number 1.
two-seam fastball that was up in the zone, ran back to the inside corner. Now Alcantara quit on it, and Worley gets a strikeout. Throws a lot of fastballs. And it's just, he relies on just a little bit of movement away from the barrel of the bat, either in on the hands or out towards the end of the bat. It's two-seamers or cutters.
There's a good curve for a strike. As I look down this lineup today, JD, Baez hits a ground ball into center for a base hit. I'm going to say 7 of the 9 guys in the Cubs lineup this afternoon had time at AAA Iowa this year. The exception is Valbuena and Baker.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still hoping it'll come to pass at some point before the end of the year that Ricky runs out an all-rookie lineup. I think he can make it happen. Especially now that Lopez is here. He could catch. Mike Gold's back, so he could be in there. That'd be kind of fun.
Valbuena, Soler 3 and 4. No Castro, no Rizzo. Starlin with the ankle injury, Rizzo the back. And ball 1. 6 of those 16 homers have come over the last 17 games for Luis.
9 out of his last 26. That's a .346 average. 3 of those 9 hits have left the ballpark. Uh-oh, don't want that one.
The weather today similar to what Vance Worley had to deal with in his first Wrigley Field start with Philadelphia 3 seasons ago. It was a 9-1 Phillies win. He went 8. It was 97 degrees that day. Quite as hot today. Ball rifled foul.
Watch out down there.
Chad Noble.
A little too nonchalant. He almost took it in the teeth.
His bullpen catcher swatted it away.
He's got to protect that handsome mug. That's the most important thing.
The Olympic handball team may be giving him a call. Two and two.
Yeah, how about that? 421 over his last 5 ball games. Typically sees a lot of pitches. Works deep counts, and lately very good results.
Curveball hit in the air to left. Marte will make the catch in fair territory for the second out. So 2 down. It'll bring up Jorge Soler, and you can send us your Cubs selfies at #WGN Cubs.
A play like that is one that could test the umpires. Brian O'Nora, the home plate umpire, actually had the fair foul call on that one.
Normally, that's the third base umpire's call. One 1-0 on Soler. Hits in his first 7 career games, 12 total. 5 of them have been doubles, 3 home runs.
Big swing, came up a little empty on a good cutter. We've read some of those This Date in Baseball history notes in the past where way back in the day, and I'm not sure when the practice ended, if an umpire was sick or didn't show up, they would pull a player out to umpire, try to identify a trustworthy player. That's how Jocko Conlon, the Hall of Fame umpire, got his start. He was a player.
That's right. Pitchers strike 2. They get Worley ahead.
Well, that's a little Arrieta-like, isn't it? Lane changer at 89.
Soler late as he foul tips for strike 3. So we've got our player draft to be the 4th umpire today coming up.
It's a ball, and Pappas is in race. Ball 4. There goes the perfect game. The no-hitter is still intact. Milt Pappas doing a burn. 68. There's a high fly ball. Short right, should be caught. Panzone's out there on the grass. He has it. It's a no-hitter for Pappas. A no-hitter for Milt Pappas.
September 2nd, 1972, our Wrigley 100 Southwest Airlines moment. Those road unis from the Padres back in '72, they've got to be the worst in Major League history, right?
Yeah, I think so. I would sign on to that.
That was the last no-hitter pitched in this ballpark. And it was brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares only online at southwestairlines.com. Two strikes on Gabby Sanchez, who's always been tough on left-handed pitchers. Career .873 OPS as he fouls back. Count holding at 2 strikes.
Yeah, and that's essentially what has relegated him to a platoon-type player now. When he first broke in with the Marlins, looked like he'd be an everyday guy, but struggles against righties, but continues to be a weapon against left-handed pitching. It's that extreme crouch. Reminds me a little bit of Jeff Bagwell. Davis, Sanchez, Ike Davis being Ike Davis, Travis Ishikawa, who's no longer here, Pedro Alvarez, have all played first base for the Pirates this year, primarily Sanchez and Davis. Have not gotten a lot of production from the first base position, just 15 home runs this year. That's down right near the bottom of the league.
That number 4 patch on the right sleeve of the Pirates uniform in honor of the late Ralph Kiner. Spent most of his Hall of Fame career in a Pirates uniform, 2 years with the Cubs toward the end, and then the Cleveland Indians. Ralph passed away on February 6th. Just missed.
Wada typically doesn't show a lot of emotion out there, but not happy about that call. Did a double take, snatched the ball back on return from Baker.
Good battle here. Way out of the zone to get a piece of that pitch. Neil Walker on deck. Then Tabata. It's been a while since we last saw the Pirates. June 22nd.
I think that's when Russell Martin started to grow his beard.
Well, Jason Hamill pitched that day for the Cubs. Ryan Sweeney was done for the year with a hamstring injury. Anthony Rizzo, Starlin Castro, Nate Scherholtz, Darwin Barney were all in the starting lineup. Full count, 3-2.
It would pay to be efficient today, to be economical with the pitches in this heat. And so far, Wada has not been able to do that.
In the air to center. And Alcantara makes a catch for the out. Well, we lost a Chicago broadcasting icon. Roy Leonard worked for WGN Radio for over 30 years. Was on WGN television a lot as well. Has passed away at age 83. Did a lot of great interviews with celebrities. Big proponent of the arts. He will be missed. In 1985, hosted Family Classics on WGN television. Started on the radio 1967. That's low. It's a ball and a strike on Neil Walker.
Wada keeps trying to get that pitch called. Brian O'Nora continues to judge it a little low, perhaps.
Soler in right. With the sunglasses on, he's got it. 2 away.
Hey, right now is a great time to plan for your 2015 Cubs spring training experience. Go to Cubs.com/Mesa to place a deposit on season tickets and secure the best seats available. Beautiful ballpark. If you weren't there last year, you should make it a point to get down this year. Individual spring training tickets will go on sale in January, so be sure to visit Cubs.com/Mesa for the latest updates.
Now Tabata playing right. Don't know if we'll see Gregory Polanco in the lineup this weekend because the Cubs have 3 left-handed starters. Polanco is back on the Pirates roster after being recalled from AAA on Tuesday.
Yeah, well, that's, Polanco, the top prospect for the Pirates, top position player prospect anyway, called up. High expectations, got off to a nice start and then hit the wall.
Swing and a miss. Pedro Alvarez has been switched from third to first, but he's been dealing with some left foot discomfort. He's also a left-handed hitter. Sanchez in the lineup today at first. They've got Ike Davis. As we get here into September, man, these managers, they've got some options, even if they have some day-to-day injuries.
Hey, you can double switch in the third inning if you want. You know, you've got plenty of players available.
Soler again, and the Pirates go 1-2-3. Long battle by Sanchez to start the inning, though. And JD's baseball blog at WGNTV.com. Sponsored by Jeff Vukovich, your nationwide insurance agent. Serving the area for 36 years. To join the nation, contact Jeff at jeffvuk.com. Nationwide is on your side. We take a look back 42 years ago this week at the Milt Pappas no-hitter. Chris Coghlan will start it. Coghlan, Valleca, Watkins here in the second. Did you have a good off day?
I did, yes, very much so. Went around and wandered around DePaul a little bit. Kelly starts there next week.
Very nice. Ooh, good backhanded play by Sanchez at first to get Coghlan.
You know, had some good food, did a few things around the house that involved manual labor. I'm not particularly good at, but we made it through.
It's a good off day.
How about you?
Same. Just
time of year you kind of lay low, right?
Yeah. Outside a little bit as the rain finally went away. Had a nice dinner. Watched a little football last night.
There was a football game on last night.
This is how bad I am. I didn't know the NFL season started last night until about 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah, it kind of
so
snuck
immersed
up
in
on
baseball
me,
right now.
Yeah, I think I had that conversation, not about football, but my wife the other day said, do you ever read the front page of the paper? And all this stuff going on in the news. I was like, really? I wasn't aware of that.
1-1 on Valaika. His 2-run homer off Matt Garza the other night, Wednesday, ended up being a game winner. Gave the Cubs a lead they would not relinquish. It was in the second inning.
And once you get through the sports page, the jumble, and half a crossword, you're pretty much out of time.
Worley from Sacramento, California. Sinker a little too high.
Phillies drafted him out of high school. He chose not to sign, went to college, Long Beach State, and they drafted him again, did sign. That was as a third rounder back in 2008. Valaika was a Santa Barbara guy, right? They probably crossed paths in college. Wouldn't Valaika?
Could have. Very well could have, yeah. Oh, 2-2. Full count. He referenced Worley with Minnesota. In spring training, he was told, you're going to go to the minors and you're going to pitch in relief. He was not very thrilled about it. Shortly after that, he got dealt to the Pirates. They said, we'll start you at AAA. And that's what he's most comfortable doing. Felt good about coming back to the NL. That's a fair ball for Valaika. And he's got a double. Ball ended up in an awkward spot where the ball boy was sitting.
Trying to get that ball down and in on him, but Valaika quick enough to get the barrel to it. Knock it right down the third baseline. Chance to get a little something done here towards the bottom of the batting order, but Logan Watkins, he's a good candidate to deliver. He's really been swinging it well.
4 for 8 in the Milwaukee series. His playing time due to increase with Castro now out. And Baez moving from second to short. Throw gets into center. Valaika will head to third. An error on the pitcher. It's kind of a big deal here. There's only one out. You get that guy to third.
Yeah, this looks like a timing play. Mercer slides in behind Valaika, but the throw is well inside the base. Mercer's got his momentum going one way and has to reach back across his body and can't get the baseball. And big opportunity for the Cubs. And Clint Hurdle will pull his infield in.
Lead the league in errors. One ball, no strikes. Above average in terms of defensive efficiency, so the error total doesn't really tell the whole story. 2-0.
Yeah, like I said, 25 of those I believe are Pedro Alvarez. The group that's out there right now, pretty solid defensively. Pedro, just a lot of throwing errors. Not just, but mostly.
23 of his 25 at third base have been throwing miscues. Watkins fouls.
When a guy makes that many throwing errors, and it's been an issue for Alvarez for a while now. It's not just this year. Then the mental part of it. The guy gets a little yippy. Starts thinking too much.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-2.
Cub fans, if you want to manage the game along with Rick Renteria, log on to WGNTV.com right now. Click on the WGN Sports Game Zone banner. Connect all the up-to-the-minute stats and information while you watch from home. Game Zone is sponsored by The Great Escape, pools, patio sets, play sets, hot tubs, and more.
Big strikeout for Worley as he gets Watkins after a 2-0 start to the sequence.
Yeah, and we had this conversation the other day when Alcantara was up there in a similar situation and struck out. This Cubs team, as you project them going forward, with personnel in place and the guys that will join this team the next couple of years, they're going to strike out a whole bunch. And big picture, that's okay, but it's the situational stuff. You know, man on third, less than 2 outs. You got to put the ball in play there.
Ball one on Baker. Got the pitcher on deck and a couple of bases open. Baker, a late addition to the lineup when Castillo was scratched. Some tightness in his lower back. You've got the 3 catchers on the roster because of the expanded roster situation. You mentioned Rafael Lopez, so Castillo probably just gets the whole day off. But it really goes to show you, as they will walk Baker, ideally, not every team can do it. It'd be nice to have a third catcher before September 1st, because what usually ends up happening is you always end up saving that backup catcher until the last possible second, and that gives you a lot of flexibility roster-wise. We've talked about this before. Ideally, it's a super utility guy who you could use in other spots, but you'd feel totally comfortable with him catching.
Yeah, or at least mostly comfortable. That he could go back there and do a credible job, not get hurt, hang in there, and not let the game get away. To me, that guy, a player, AAA player, a guy who's been a AAA for 2-3 years and doesn't project as a guy who's going to make it. That's how he can get over the hump. If he can learn to handle himself behind home plate, that could be a difference maker. And especially the Cubs this year have played with a short bench all year long. 4 guys. And if you're hesitant to use your backup catcher as a pinch hitter or whoever's not catching that day, you're really tying the manager's hands.
The 0-1 on Wada. Well, Chris Valleca, who's a very versatile guy defensively, he started to work with Mike Borzello when he got here to the big leagues on possibly catching. And that's the kind of thing that could keep him on a roster when he normally might not make it. It's kind of the proverbial 24th, 25th guy. A little pop-up. Mercer will make the catch. And the inning comes to an end. Cubs lead 2. Profit organization committed to finding a cure for childhood cancer. Join them for their Health and Fitness Expo Saturday, September 6th. That's tomorrow at Navy Pier in the Hyundai Hope on Wheels 5K at Jackson Park in Chicago this Sunday the 7th. For more info, please visit HyundaiHopeOnWheels.org. One nothing. The Pirates with an unearned tally in the top of the first inning.
Whoever's on the phone with the guy with no hair, tell him to make sure he puts some sunscreen on his dome. It's going to be a tough day out there.
You got to be careful on a day like this. Wanda made the final out, so taking a little extra time getting ready here for the third inning.
Yeah, you got to be smart on a day like today. If you're pitching too, conserve your energy. Put the ball in play. You don't have to bust it down the line. Probably can cut short your in-between innings warm-up pitches too. I mean, you're not going to tighten up on a day like today.
Well, you get to this point in the season, and I'm not quite sure how much a quote strength of schedule matters. You alluded to it earlier. The Pirates play a bunch of teams that are under 500.
Yeah, well, they're beginning a stretch today of 13 consecutive games.
16 of their last 23 against teams that are under 500. There's a strike on the pitcher Worley.
So there's two things you want to have, right? You want to have a lot of teams you feel like you can beat, and they're 9-4 against the Cubs so far this year. But that was a similar story with the Brewers, and the Cubs just swept them. But you also want to have a crack at the guys that are ahead of you in the standings, so you can take them out. They don't have a whole lot of that. They have one series with Milwaukee remaining.
I think if you're the Pirates, when you start the scoreboard watch as Worley strikes out, I think you're hoping the Cardinals just sweep the Brewers, because you're 5.5 out in the division. You almost have to think about the wild card at this point.
Yeah,
now, they're not going to concede anything,
right.
But
yeah, it could get confusing. You don't know who to cheer for from one day to the next. Who do I want to win that game? They also have a series with Atlanta too, who's right in the mix for the wild card. They got a 4-gamer in Atlanta the last week of the season, so they finished 4 in Atlanta and then 3 in Cincinnati.
Homer Bailey is going to have surgery. Flexor tendon. It's a forearm near the elbow.
Wild and wacky race here for the wild card.
1-0 to Harrison, who doubled and scored in the first.
See how it shapes up. Heading into play today, the Giants fairly comfortable in that first wild card spot, and then the Braves and Brewers deadlocked. Pirates game and a half behind those two clubs. Tip of the cap to the Padres for making the first page of the wild card leaderboard. They won't be hoisting the trophy on Sunday, but had a pretty good second half.
What a year Harrison has had. Going into the season in 229 games, 648 OPS. He's 2 for 2. Looks like he wants to win a batting title. His OPS now in the 850s here in 2014. At one point he was in the Cubs system, hitting for a ton of power here in the second half. July 30th, 2009. He went with Jose Escanio and Kevin Hart, a couple of right-handed pitchers, in exchange for Tom Gorzolani and John Graybo, 2 left-handed pitchers. So he never got above A ball in the Cubs chain. One strike on Mercer.
17 steals for Harrison this year. He's been caught 6 times. Guess he would say it's just a matter of getting an opportunity. He's never had a chance to play on an everyday basis. Doesn't I don't know if the baseball writers do, but doesn't somebody hand out a breakout player of the year award or something like that? Somebody kind of pretty
Probably
sure
MLB.com, yeah, something like that.
You'd have to be a candidate.
Mercer in the air the other way. Soler's been busy early as he hauls it in. Every Sunday, kids, Retro Toy Sunday here at Wrigley Field. This Sunday, September 7th at 1:20, the Cubs and the Pirates will go at it. The first 5,000 kids 13 and under get a Clark Build-A-Bear presented by Bank of America. Then after the game, the first 1,000 kids 13 and younger can run the bases. For more info or to purchase seats, go to Cubs.com. McCutchen fouls. Showed you some hit batter totals earlier. McCutchen's been right in the middle of some interesting incidents. Back in August in Arizona, remember he got drilled. Appeared to be in retaliation for Paul Goldschmidt getting hit on the hand, and that ended his season.
Well, there you go.
On cue, he gets hit.
Down and in slider hit him on that shin guard.
Shortly after that, on a swing, I think it was the next day, he ended up with a rib injury and went to the disabled list. Fractured left rib. So you can't really make the connection in a concrete way between the hit by pitch in the spine and the rib injury. But the timing, I guess, was coincidental, to say the least. Well, earlier this week in St. Louis, a couple of Cardinals got hit, and Shelby Miller threw behind McCutchen. Miller was then warned. And, no further incident. There was some jawing between the benches. McCutchen said he thought because Miller was warned, that's why he didn't throw at him again. And another hit batter. This time it's Martin to load the bases. Maybe I should stop talking about it.
What do you got on inning-ending pop-ups? Any data there? Martin with a big high leg kick, and again, it's a slider that it just overthrows. Whereas it got McCutchen on the pad, and I don't think he had anything but the pad on McCutchen. This appears to get Martin right on the ankle.
You got the pad, the whole pad, and nothing
but the pad. Yeah, and I don't know why if Miller throws behind McCutchen. I mean, it seems like it was pretty apparently that was retaliation. I think the umpire should have tossed Miller right then and there. You don't need to have a warning in place. You feel like a guy's throwing at somebody on purpose.
And I don't think there was a warning in Arizona. Was it Delgado? He just got thrown out. Yeah. Tapper picked up by Wada, and they're going to leave him loaded. You said inning ending pop-up.
Yeah.
Close enough.
That worked. for corporate gatherings, family reunions, and bachelor or bachelorette parties. Individual and group tickets are available for all games. For more details, go to WrigleyvilleRooftops.com or call 773-248-ROOF.
4 series in the books between these two teams. The Pirates have won all 4. 9 of 13 in terms of games. 9 of the first 13 have been decided by 1 or 2 runs. How about this? The Pirates have played 54 games decided by 1 run this season.
Yeah, that's tied for the most in Major League Baseball. Under than a third of their schedule so far. And that's been the nature of their games recently. It's not like they were blown out in that series sweep at the hands of the Cardinals. Got beat 5-4, 6-4, and then a walk-off 1-0 loss on Wednesday. Five of their last 6 games have been decided by 1 run.
Alcantara is safe. Kind of a half bunt. He pushed that one hard past the pitcher. Walker barehanded and could not get him.
That's where you want to go with this drag bunt. You want to get it past the pitcher out towards the second baseman, force him to make a play. He has to make kind of a late adjustment as that ball's moving down and in on him. Pretty creative batsmanship there by Alcantara, and maybe a little good fortune too.
So the leadoff man is on. You could say just like 1 o'clock on WGN, the leadoff man is on.
And now we're going to see if he can go first to third.
Worley will check on him. Baez singled in the first.
Yeah, well, Martin is a difference maker back there behind the plate. He's thrown out 36%. Base stealers are 0 for 3 when trying with Worley on the mound.
In there for a strike. Number 31 of Baez's big league career. 7th start at short. Alcantara runs. Baez swings away and fouls. 0-2, and the runner has to go back.
Yeah, so if you don't like the odds on the straight steal, play a little hit and run. Walker had coverage at second base. Whole right side of the infield was open, and Baez looked like he was trying to take a shot that way.
Alcantara not running. Strike 3 called. Got him on a breaking ball for the out.
4th one for Worley this afternoon. Against 1 walk. That was an intentional walk to John Baker last inning. Locked him up with a good curveball there. He doesn't throw many of them, but the ones he's thrown have been effective.
Now Valbuena. Double play depth up the middle. Mercer cheating towards second. And Valbuena went around.
Hasn't been much middle ground for Valbuena this year. He's either been really, really hot or really, really cold.
pitch. They pitch out, and Alcantara was not on the move. 1-1.
Yeah, you could tell these, watching the way the Pirates are playing this game, the way Clint Hurdle is managing the game, obviously these are really important games to them, almost like a playoff game from their point of view. And also the fact that his team isn't scoring. We saw the intentional walk of Baker in the second. That's kind of a suspect strategy early in the game in this ballpark.
Marte's not going to catch it. He was playing way over toward the line. And the ball rests in the vines for the second time here early. So Marte did not go after it, and Alcantara will be placed at third. It's a double.
Now Ricky's going to come out and argue perhaps that Alcantara had reached second base by the time the ball got lost in the vines, or did the ball pop out of the vines?
Let's see. He did the right thing.
Yeah, ball never appeared. He didn't reach in to try to play it.
Oakland did the same thing in the first inning on the Harrison double. So for the time being, that takes away a run. And it will bring up Soler second and third with one away. Boy, there was a lot of gap out there for Luis Valbuena in left center.
And understandably so. He doesn't really go that direction very often.
Now Sanchez backing up, so will Harrison. They're going to play the infield back here, give up a tying run, but try to avoid giving up two here on a cheap single.
Yeah, so to finish the point with the Hurdle and the Pirates and the way they're playing it here, the fact that they're just not scoring runs, even though it's a day where you expect to score runs here at Wrigley Field. He's adopting like a seventh inning and on strategy with the intentional walk, pitch out, really playing it really close to the vest.
Bounced foul. Soler wearing number 68. Nobody, according to Baseball Reference, in baseball history has worn that number for more than 2 seasons. Dellin Betances of the Yankees, Jose Cisnero of the Astros, current guys wearing that number for more than a year. And he pops into right. Alcantara ready to tag. It's not very deep. Tabata makes the catch. Here comes the throw. Save. Tie ball game. Another RBI for Soler, his 11th in just his 8th game. And it's 1-1.
So the Vines take an RBI away from Valbuena and provide one for Soler. Just deep enough. Alcantara with his speed sneaks in before the tag can be applied by Russell Martin.
Speed mattered on that play. You had a guy who was a step slower, he would have been out. Valbuena also tagging. He's at third with 2 gone. Now Coghlan. And the dirt ball 1. Down by Martin. Might hear Peter Chase in the background. Kind of the daily Jorge Soler note. He's got an extra base hit and or an RBI in his first 8 career games. So he's dropping Philadelphia A's on us. I don't have the year yet, but whatever it is, it was a while ago. The last guy to do it. 1942, I guess. Coghlan draws the walk.
You know, it wasn't Mandy Brooks. He didn't play for the Philadelphia A's.
Vallejo with men at the corners. Tie ball game. News today from Arizona. Kevin Towers has been relieved of his duties as their general manager.
Speculation started as soon as Tony La Russa was hired to oversee the baseball operations there. But they've offered Towers a job within the organization. He's going to take some time and probably wait to see who they hire as his replacement before he pulls the trigger on that decision.
It definitely has the feel of a lot of changes coming down there the season they've had.
They got off to that horrific start. They have the highest payroll in franchise history. And we stumbled out of the gate and never really recovered.
Bounce to third. Harrison comes in. Bad throw. A run scores and the inning continues. It's 2-1. An error on Josh Harrison.
Pretty routine play here for Harrison. Gets a nice convenient hop waist high. And just sails the ball over Sanchez head at first base.
So the Cubs get a break and now lead the ball game, and the inning's still alive for Watkins.
He's 6 there for Harrison this year. The third one he's committed while playing third base. Happens a lot though when you step up in the pocket like that, Len. You overshoot the receiver and then safety's right there to pick it off.
Foul strike on Watkins.
So, you know, and that's the thing. You can play the what-if game, and it's probably not fair, but that's what we get paid to do. They intentionally walk Baker in the second inning. They get Wada, so they get out of that inning. That means Alcantara leads off this inning. Bunt single. That's how this inning got started.
One attempt by Watkins
so
hit foul.
You can't get a do-over and say, well, what would have happened had they pitched to Baker? But you would understand the argument that says, well, Baker's not a great hitter. If you get him, you've got the pitcher leading off the next inning. You've got a far better chance of posting a 0 than you do when you have the leadoff man leading off the inning.
Ground ball. Walker down to a knee, now up with it to end the inning. Cubs get 2. Last one unearned and now lead.
The Speed Replay brought to you by Xfinity. Hey, you recognize that guy, Carlos Zambrano, making his way through the Cubs dugout earlier today before the ball game. Some high fives and fist bumps and handshakes. 132 wins in his major league career, all but 7 of them coming as a member of the Chicago Cubs. Xfinity, your home for the most live sports.
Big Z. He's only 33, but he's done pitching. He said, I can hit. He told reporters when the other day tried to throw a baseball, he said it felt like throwing a rock. Quote from Kerry Muscat's article. I think I'm going to stay home, see what happens next year. God has the last word. And Z was immensely entertaining to watch, and at his best was one of the elite starters in the National League.
3-time All-Star, finished 5th in the Cy Young voting on 3 separate occasions.
24 career home runs. A 1-1 to Sanchez. Wada now with a 2-1 lead as that ball's cut off on the left side by Valbuena. We have a new email address. It's lennonjd@wgntv.com. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter as well. These cards, these sheets we've had. This might be the first one. It started as LennonBobbittTribune.com, and then over the course of time, we just put a piece of tape here.
Kind of like the felt board in kindergarten.
Yeah. So we are environmentally friendly.
Well, they probably don't have felt boards in kindergarten anymore. They probably just have iPads. So I've been doing all this kind of, I don't know if second guessing is the right term, but just pointing out Clint Hurdle's strategy, and both sides. For me, it's almost always gray, right? Most decisions in baseball, very rarely could you get consensus on, oh, that was a great move or that was a dumb move. It's a gray area, but in defending Hurdle's strategy here, playing, there is some weather that could be coming in here, and that may be what he's thinking. Chance we get some significant storms here later on, and
could be a 5 or 6 inning game, maybe. Walker draws the walk. First walk given up by Wada, but remember he hit 2 batters in the 3rd, so it's 3 free bases he's handed out today. And now Tabata from the 8th spot.
Yeah, and Walker, a switch hitter, far more dangerous as a left-handed hitter than from the right where he is today. So you want to be more aggressive with him when he's a right-handed hitter. Wanda just not quite as sharp today, but so far he's allowed just the 1 run, and it's unearned. Hard to imagine either of these pitchers pitching deep into this ball game. Small sample, but Tabata with very good numbers against left-handed pitching this year. Came in batting .367 against southpaws.
Strike called. All right, we're getting tweets, so we got to show it again just to make. Okay. You've got tape. It used to be Bob.
Yeah.
I have tape too.
Yeah. We wanted you to be uniformity.
I had to fit in. Yeah. And then we've got, as somebody pointed out, WGNTV.com. So I guess we need to do that too.
Hey, wait a minute, you guys.
Thanks for watching. intently. Three balls and a strike on Tabata.
Walker not a base stealer, but a count where you might start a base runner.
Line shot.
Whoop.
And now Contra completely misjudged it, realized it, and too late. Walker trying to score. Boy, Watkins, I thought, had a shot at him. That's a double for Tabata to tie it. And an ugly defensive play for the Cubs.
Ugly defensive game, really, so far for both sides. That's the type of ball you see a center fielder fooled on often, that line drive over the head where they don't have perspective, they don't have a real angle on it. So that was the first mistake, but that's a fairly common mistake. And then two, I think you got to get after this ball. He takes 3 or 4 steps in, probably should have held his ground initially. But once it flies over your head, you cannot be casual in pursuit of it. You got to get after it because if he gets it a little more quickly and Watkins turns that ball loose, they got a real shot at Walker at home plate.
Well, we're tied. The bottom of the order coming through. Walker, the free pass. Tabata, the double. Here's Worley. Cornermen are in. This is not a bunting spot, though, with already an out and a runner at second.
Yeah, there are times in this game where you don't want to panic and you don't want to show a real sense of urgency. There are other times when you do, and when someone just hit a line drive over your head, you got to get after it. He scores real high marks from everybody within the organization on his approach to the game and his smarts and his aptitude. That's just a little bit of a brain cramp there. Frustration that he didn't make the play, so you kind of dog it, but you got to go.
Inside on Worley. One ball, one strike. Comes Chris Bosio. And is that Ed Halbert, or do they think there's an injury? Here comes the manager. So somebody saw something that they didn't like.
Yeah, and immediately Grimm and Schlitter come flying out of the dugout and jog down to the bullpen.
I think they need
the interpreter.
Ryu. Yeah,
Ryu or somebody.
Shinkawa, here he comes.
I didn't see any signs that anything was bothering him physically. Now, clearly, he hasn't been at his best here today. So if they're going to get somebody up and in, I'm going to go with Vizcaíno. Only because I saw Bosio make a V with his hands. That's the old-fashioned way of signaling the bullpen. When they didn't have phones, you had hand signals for every guy down there.
So Wada is done for the day.
Oh, it's Villanueva. It's the other V.
Villanueva will get a lot of time to get loose. Let's see if we can spot something. So of a pitching change break, Villanueva, the right-hander, is on. It's 2-2 in the fourth. We'll be back.
Carlos Villanueva, who will come in and replace Wada with 1 out, 1 in, 1 on here in the Pirate fourth. Villanueva for the year 5-7 with a 485. This is his 40th appearance. The numbers out of the bullpen far better than what he did as a starter.
Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. As we play the top of the fourth, the Pirates and the Cubs opening up a 3-game weekend set. Cubs have won 6 in a row here at Wrigley Field. Lights are on. It's hot. It's overcast. And the next homestand, the Cubs will host Big Ten Rivalry Week here at Wrigley Field. Rivalry Week. Say that 5 times fast. Support your Big Ten school with a special Cubs shirt featuring your school colors. The schools with the most supporters will not only walk away with bragging rights, they'll also get access to a special recognition here at Wrigley Field. To find out when your alma mater faces off, visit Cubs.com/special events. So Villanueva is ready.
Carlos did not pitch in the series against the Brewers. He worked twice in the previous series in St. Louis. 1 good, and the last time not good. He allowed 4 hits, 3 runs in 1 inning of work.
So a 1-1 count on the pitcher. Tabata is at second in a 2-2 tie. And the pitch, swing and a miss.
Old school Pirate look there. Reminiscent of the 79 We Are Family Pirates.
Yeah. Flat top caps.
Probably a big Kent DeColvey fan.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Makes quick work of the pitcher. 2 away, and it'll bring up Harrison, who's 2 for 2. Might be a Kent DeColvey signature.
Let's go with it. Let's not look too closely. No, that's not DeColvey. I'm going to go. I don't think Dave Parker.
Good call.
I'm going with Dave Parker.
That's it. Yep. Dave Parker.
The Cobra.
That's a strike. John Baker pointed at first, and there's no umpire down there. We're down to 3. DJ Rayburn under the weather. So, Dan Bellino right now is out near second base. A tougher call from there on a checked swing. Pulled foul past Nick Leyva at third.
See, and that would be really, there's Teak there. Rocking those photo gray glasses.
So his signature, Kenton.
Kenton, I did not know that. But, you know, normally when you appeal down to first base, the umpire will give you a yes, he did, or no, he didn't. In this instance, he would be within his rights to just shrug. I don't know.
No idea.
Whatever you got's good.
First baseman should become the umpire, I think. That's deep to left. Coughlin can't get it, and the Pirates have the lead again. A 2-run fourth inning. Harrison 3 for 3 as he knocks in Tabata.
Second double of the day for Harrison, in the category in which he's been leading the National League since the All-Star break-in. And again, a little bit of a misread by Coughlin out there. It's a tough day for the outfielders, though, the way the ball is carrying.
I'd say Josh Harrison is locked in. Remember I asked you if you knew who was leading the National League in hitting, and the answer was Ben Revere.
Yeah, not anymore.
Nope, it's Harrison. Revere at 314, Harrison now 315. The average has gone up 5 points already. The 1-0 to Mercer. 1-1. Three and a third for Wada. 3 runs, 2 earned before he left due to injury. We're hearing winds of up to possibly 70 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm warning for northern Cook and DuPage counties. A lot of tweets from people saying it's on its way. Alcantara makes the catch. Not raining at the moment. It's 3-2 Pirates.
The official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting to grab some buds.
And the 7th inning stretch today, brought to you by Budweiser, the official beer of Major League Baseball. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. It'll be cast members from Clemente, the Legend of 21. Luis Roberto Clemente, Roberto's son, here today, and also will be singing. He is in town for the show. Great to have him here at the ballpark. The show is at stage 773, which is on West Belmont, 1225 West Belmont. Baker grounds to second. We start the home half of the 4th. Show will run through September 14th. Stage773.com for tickets. Villanueva just came in to pitch for the injured Wada. Happy 85th birthday to Chicago's very own Bob Newhart.
Take a drink.
Two bouncer to Walker. Lob over. 2 down. Ron Washington has resigned as the Rangers manager. Tim Bogar, the bench coach, will take over on an interim basis.
Interesting.
I guess a personal issue is the reason for him stepping down.
Well, that's not good news. On a couple of fronts, it's good news for Tim Bogar, who a lot of people think will ultimately be a very good Major League manager. He's been waiting for his chance.
Well, based on all the eyewitness reports, JD, we are in for quite a storm. And we've seen a few.
Yeah, we've had more than our fair share of lengthy rain delays this year. Well, it just, it felt like that kind of day, right? The high humidity, the heat. Figured something had to come in here, shake it up. John Daniels, general manager of the Rangers, said that they will not make any comment out of respect for Ron's privacy.
He was in his 8th season as their manager. Tim Bogar went to high school in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. He'll take over, as I said, on an interim basis. Walker again. 3-2 Pirates as we head to the 5th.
Well, we'll put on the CSN golf shirts for tomorrow's game at 3, and then don the WGN gear for Sunday at 1 with the Pirates, and then north of the border with the Blue Jays Monday evening. Ford, go further than any one of Ford's many fuel-efficient vehicles. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com.
Three to 2 Pirates. We're in the 5th inning, and a diving attempt by Watkins can't get it. McCutchen with a leadoff single.
That ball was just hammered by McCutchen. It was interesting. Watkins was playing way up the middle, so he was pretty close to where that ball ultimately hit, but he was late to react. I don't know if maybe he was screened a little bit by Villanueva. Well, maybe even a change of direction. Might have got a little bit of leather on it. Skies continue to darken. And we'll just get a little of this dark purple here. Get that up there in the clouds.
Well, right now, the real heavy stuff appears to be to the north of us. It's rather ominous from our perch north of the ballpark. There you see off to the left there. It's pretty ugly. Mild left calf cramping. That's why Tsuyoshi Wada had to leave the game.
And we don't know when it started to bother him. Obviously, we saw a look at him in some discomfort out there on the mound. But it may be something he was dealing with for a couple of innings and was able to work through. And ultimately, they said, you know what, let's just shut it down.
Two and 0 on Martin.
And left leg for a left-handed pitcher, that's your anchor. And if you're kind of staying off of that, you're putting a little extra stress on your arm. That could be a real issue.
Runner goes, pitches high, throw to second. Out, he overslid the bag. So McCutchen's hand came off second base. And a nice job by Watkins to stay with the play.
A head first slide by McCutchen. He had the bag stolen, but not able to hang on. Kind of awkwardly there, as he doesn't necessarily glide into second base.
Right there.
He comes off the bag. Watkins stays with the tag. Good play, good call.
Here's Martin. Ron Washington has issued a statement, quote, "Today I have submitted my resignation from the job I love, managing the Rangers, in order to devote my full attention to addressing an off-the-field personal matter. As painful as it is, stepping away from the game is what's best for me and my family." Martin needs a second. Quote, "This is in no way related to the disappointing performance of the team this season. We were already discussing 2015 and looking forward to getting the Rangers back to postseason contention." That got him up near the back knee. Delayed reaction by Martin. Let's see. Watch that back knee. Above it. I don't know if it was where he got. Yeah, he's flexing that leg. It didn't look that bad, but because he's a catcher, it just might have hit something that had bothered him 2 months ago. We don't know.
Yeah, and it may be that the ball hitting isn't the bigger problem. Maybe just twisted a little something too with that swing. A lot of folks that are starting to work their way back underneath in anticipation of the rain. Who knows? Maybe it'll blow over. Yeah, I'm led to believe that Martin's reaction
of Wizard of Oz.
that it might blow over. Would have ruined the movie. What if it blew over? The dude had no movie. Everybody just sitting around, hanging out. Having tea with Ira Gulch, whatever her name was. Yeah, I got to believe that Martin twisted something or tweaked something aside from the foul ball there.
Because the ball was not a direct hit, it didn't appear. Yeah, he's clearly less than 100%. And he just walked, so now he's got to use his legs some more. And he's going to walk to first, it looks like.
Yeah, funny, Martin taking all this time, and Clint Hurdle's probably said, let's go, boys, let's go, let's move this thing along. We get through 5 with a lead, could end up with a cheap W.
Marte flies to Alcantara. Martin had a lead of about 2 feet off of first, and as the pitch was coming, he didn't move at all. So to say he's not a threat to run would be, I think, an overstatement. Watch this.
Yeah, he didn't get much of a secondary there, did he? Yeah, something's still barking pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out of this game.
Ike Davis will hit for Gabby Sanchez. And again, with the expanded rosters, you have some luxury here to do such a thing with the change in pitchers.
Yep, and so Bosio is going to come out and talk over Ike Davis. Yeah, you wouldn't see this move prior to September, this early in the ball game.
Rick Fuse is Mr. Double Duty. He works on the grounds crew, and he also runs the scoreboard. You know, balls and strikes. He's got the quickest ball strike finger in all of baseball. But right now, he's needed down on the field for obvious reasons. We go to other ballparks and we get fooled by the scoreboard balls and strikes, because the minute that thing pops a mid here at Wrigley Field, he's ready.
Yeah. I remember being in the dugout and trying to kind of get the jump on him. Maybe that wind is picking up.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna downpour any second. And Jeff Kellogg, I think, is going to call everybody up. Yep, here we go.
Cover it before it comes. Good idea.
Anti-M. So we will be under a rain delay.
Good decision. Because with the way that wind is blowing, they may have difficulties getting on if they wait until the heavy stuff started to come down.
Probably will cool off a bit as well.
You can feel it. Yeah,
you can already feel the cool breeze coming through. It's like the air conditioner got turned on.
Well, it's been a relatively sloppy game defensively for both sides so far. I guess the weather fitting the theme. It's about to get a little sloppy.
It feels, this breeze, like it's 15 degrees at least cooler than the air temperature 5 minutes ago. And again, very high winds. As many of you watching have already experienced to our north and west.
And I might have been able to get one of the warning tracks on a day like today. Back down the hatches.
Not raining as of yet. A very fast-moving front. And as you said, we still have not gotten through the requisite 5 complete innings for this to be considered an official game.
I'm sure that umbrella is going to do a whole lot of good for you ultimately here, folks.
I guess the good news about the wind, if there is any, is that it might push this thing through here in short order. We'll see.
Love the optimism, Len. Your glass is half full guy.
I'm trying.
I love it. Somebody's trying to take charge out there. He's like, let's go, and nobody else is moving.
I can't believe it's not raining. Look at the skies above us.
These clouds are moving awfully fast. Tarp pulled tight and staked down. Make sure to go upstairs and check the windows. Make sure you got the windows closed.
While we wait, we want you to get into the holiday spirit a little early. Although, according to JD last week, it's not that far away. Support Cubs charities by being part of our holiday tradition. Purchase your limited edition Chicago Cubs Christopher Radko glass ornament. Ornaments are $60. All proceeds will benefit Cubs charities. Go to Cubs.com/ornament for more info. Very strong winds. Very dark clouds above us.
And yet, as far as we can tell, not yet a drop of rain.
We'll take a break and we'll be back as we are in a delay, a weather delay. We're expecting some rain here, and we'll be back. 3-2 Pirates in the 5th. as Carlos Villanueva takes his warm-up tosses. It did very lightly rain, but not very much. The key was the wind, and they wanted to get the tarp on the field before the downpour because of that heavy wind. It has really cooled things off here at the ballpark. The wind has died down. A lot of lightning over the lake at the moment. 3-2 Pirates here in the top of the 5th inning. Let's check in on the Honda game summary once again. It's been a seesaw affair. The Pirates took a 1-0 lead. Cubs came back with 2 in the 3rd. Pirates with 2 more in the 4th, and the Cubs starter Tsuyoshi Wada had to leave due to calf cramping in the 4th inning. Start something special with great leases and low financing on a new Honda. Visit shophonda.com or go to your local Honda dealer. Russell Martin is at first. He walked earlier and did not appear to be close to 100% as he fouled a ball off his leg. So after the delay, he stays in, and the pinch hitter is Ike Davis for Gabby Sanchez. And we continue. And the curveball is high, ball 1.
Both pitchers will stay in the ball game. Carlos Villanueva had replaced Wada. Vance Worley just finished warming up down in the Pirate bullpen, so he'll continue to pitch.
Official delay 37 minutes. And a strike.
Given the nature of those clouds, what we ultimately got doesn't match up. I expected some alien spaceship to pierce those clouds and take us all to their planet.
Martin dancing off of first, and now Villanueva steps off. Somebody yelled at him.
So whatever was bothering Martin before the delay, obviously not bothering him so much now. Getting a little loose out there.
That's a strike. It's 1-2. Fans filtering back into the back on his feet. We've had an 18-degree temperature drop from the first pitch today. We started at 88 degrees. It's now 70. And it feels really good.
Mm-hmm.
Two and two.
Davis, very patient hitter, works a lot of walks. He has power. 9 home runs with the Pirates this year. He had 1 with the Mets. His best home run year 2012 with the Mets when he hit 32.
Davis went and strikes out to end about a 45-minute inning with a delay in there. 3-2 Pirates.
Brian Lenore rings him up. Davis said, "Why didn't you ask?" And then Ike looks out to third base and realizes there's nobody out there. Only a 3-man umpiring crew here this afternoon. Nobody was there to make the call anyway.
Yeah, man short. DJ Rayburn under the weather. So 3-man crew of Honora, Bellino, and Kellogg. Davis stays in the game. He's at first. Worley continues on. He's got to get through this 5th to qualify for the win, leading by a run. It's Jeff Kellogg chatting with Cubs third base coach Gary Jones.
And most pitchers in his position would push to stay in the ball game, and you really push hard when you got a chance to pick up a W.
Single and a strikeout for Javier Baez. Here we go. The pitch by Worley is in the dirt. Deep breath by the right-hander, and his 1-0 pitch right down the middle. 1-1.
Fastball's been 89 to 91. Just a little movement in either direction. Goes east and west with a 2-seam fastball and a cut fastball. Been a while.
Two-one on the way, and a big swing and a miss on a slider. Hope he's all right. Goodness.
It's unbelievable how hard he swings the bat. Back leg comes completely off the ground.
Strike 3 on a fastball. It's number 5 for Worley. A comebacker.
Baez just a little late getting that front foot down. Maybe thinking an off-speed pitch was coming or breaking ball, but a challenge fastball from Worley. One hitters dream about.
Valbuena with one away takes ball 1.
Good thing the hot dog hat didn't get wet.
Into his motion, the pitch bounced out in front of the plate to make it 2-0. All lefties for the Cubs this weekend. Felix Doubront tomorrow, coming off a very successful debut last weekend in St. Louis. Travis Wood on Sunday. The Pirates will have Francisco Liriano tomorrow. Garrett Cole in the final game. We'll have Sunday's matchup right here on WGN. Three and one. And he walked him. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN. That is Lake Michigan. We are at Wrigley Field. Pirates and Cubs in game 1. And ball one to Soler. Strikeout in the first, a sacrifice fly in the third.
Hey, way to go.
Joke fan club.
Charter members.
Gets away. Martin not too pleased. It's a wild pitch.
Late action on that cutter or slider. Martin was not moving his feet, reaching out, trying to glove it. I don't know. Put that one on him more than the pitcher. I think he would too.
That's a strike.
The 3-0 pitch to Valbuena was borderline, called a strike. 3-0 to Soler appeared to be borderline, also called a strike. That's not unusual. Yeah, should be 4-0.
Ooh, had a good pass at that one. 3-2.
Nothing wrong with swinging hard as long as you're swinging at strikes, and that was a breaking ball in the strike zone. A real nice swing. Just underneath it a little bit. Had him timed up pretty well. Morley got away with one there as well. You can tell in his body language he knows he got away with it. Having a hard time putting the ball where he wants to right now.
Strike three on the outside, so both outs have been strikeouts of the looking variety. Baez and Soler. Let's see where it was.
Well, this time he put the ball exactly where he wanted to put it, right on the outside corner. Pitch number 7 to Dandy from Worley. 6th strikeout of the afternoon for him.
One and one to Coghlan, hitting 5th today. 2-1. Tying run is in scoring position. Cubs trail 3-2.
Coghlan 0 for 1 plus a walk today. He's got multi-hit games in his last 4.
Do we tell bad jokes?
Yeah, we do sometimes. Puns, I think they like the puns. Puns are by their very nature bad.
Right.
so. He's gotten some corners, sometimes not. There was a borderline one that went Coughlin's way.
Coughlin walks. Patient inning. The Cubs have not put a ball in play. 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Some action in the Pirate bullpen. Left-hander Justin Wilson is up. Valleca has doubled and reached down an error. 3-2 Pirates. Just went through a 37-minute rain delay in the top of this inning, and he shoots one the other way. Valbuena coming around third. Gary Jones sending him. The throw by Tabata. Late. We're tied. Chris Valleca makes it 3-3.
Valleca trying to counter the good work of Josh Harrison on the other side. Valleca's second hit of the game. Solid line drive single to right field. Tabata's throw is off the mark and a little tardy.
Interesting slide. Just kind of sat down on his way to the plate.
Reminiscent of Castro's slide the other day when he got hurt.
Careful, boy.
And that's, you see a lot, just about everybody now when they slide, they slide by the base and try to slap it with a hand, knowing the catcher's going to be out in front of home plate because they can't block the plate.
But Hurdles looks like he's got a bad wheel. He's going to make a change with Watkins due up. He's going to go with the left-hander Justin Wilson. So a 3-3 tie in the 5th. We'll be back. You've got the Russell Wilson battery here.
We do, yes. Russell Martin catching Justin Wilson, a hard-throwing left-hander. And we also have an adjustment being made by Ricky Renteria. He's going to send Mike Holt up to bat for Watkins. Again, September baseball, all kinds of options available to both managers. Pretty easy to counter any move your opposite number tries.
Holt was on the opening day roster. He hit 139 with 12 home runs in 72 games before being sent to Iowa, where he hit 302 starting on July 22nd. Tied for the National League lead among rookies in home runs. He's been in the minors the last 6 weeks. And that's inside for a ball. He was acquired in the Matt Garza deal last year. He hit a home run in each game with Kane County, both playoff games in the Midwest League, before returning here today. Bounce past the mound. Walker will scoop, and that's the inning. But the Cubs tie it up after 5. It's 3-3. Matt Caesar will come in to play center. Olt, the pinch hitter, made the final out. That's where the pitcher spot will go, the 7th spot in the Cubs lineup. Caesar will hit 9th. Grimm now will work on the mound. A 3-3 tie here in the 6th.
Tough to keep a scorebook these days. Well, Justin Grimm these days has been really, really good. He's 4-2 for the year with a 379 earned run average. He's worked a club high 65 times, league hitting 222 against him. 61 2/3 innings. He's allowed 51 hits, 4 long ones. Got Walker, Tabata in the 9 spot.
Walker 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. He leads National League second baseman in home runs. Hit a game ender off Carlos Villanueva on opening day in the bottom of the 10th. The Pirates 1-0 victory.
Seventeen of his 18 home runs have come from this side of the plate.
That's in there. 0-2.
Good, steady, consistent performer. Neil Walker having a very nice year. 271 before the break, 283 since the break. With 18 home runs, the best of his career. He had 16 last year, 14 the year before.
Yeah, I mentioned Mike Olt playing with Kane County. The Cougars ended Wisconsin's season, a first-round Midwest League playoff sweep. Jamer Candelario with a game-ending RBI hit in the bottom of the 13th yesterday to win Game 2. So they move on. Strike 3 called, and Walker doesn't agree with Brian O'Nora's call. So maybe has opened up a bit after the rain delay. Let's see where this one was. Oh,
yeah,
we'll take that.
You know, Brian early on was kind of tight, and he has been. It seems to me like he's hunting strikes a little bit more here lately. I don't know if it's because of the delay or just coincidental. Maybe he's just found his groove.
Laced into the right field corner. Soler picks it up with the bare hand. Here's the throw to second. He's going to be out. Tabata thrown out by Soler. What a throw.
Soler, a weapon in right field. He's one of those guys, as a pitcher, you hope the runner tries to take an extra base because you know your outfielder is capable of making this play. That is a laser. Right on the money.
Word is going to get around the league, but you got to be careful running on him. He has shown a very accurate and a strong arm out there. I mean, off the bat, that's a double, right? Just assume it's a double. But you can't assume anything in this game.
Yeah, I didn't see Tabata going down the line, but yeah, if you're going to try to take an extra base on Soler, you better sell out as soon as you make contact.
Pedro Alvarez in the pinch hitting spot.
A game that has featured some shoddy defensive play. Soler comes up and makes a huge play.
This is Alvarez's first action since August 26th. He's been battling a sprained left foot. As I mentioned, he has moved from third, transitioning over to first base, at least for now, because of some throwing issues. One and two.
Completely befuddled right now by the grim breaking ball. He wants to throw another one. They should be playing a game there. How far in front of home plate can I throw this breaking pitch and still get Alvarez to commit?
Two down, nobody on. Grimm's 2-2 pitch. Full count. Big right-hander Jared Hughes will get the bottom of this inning. Harrison next. Rather face him to lead off an inning. As Alvarez strikes out. Jorge Soler showing off his cannon in right. Nailing Tabata. 3-3. In the Cubs organization, congrats to Kyle Schwarber and right-hander Pierce Johnson. Schwarber, a catcher and an outfielder, drafted earlier this year by the Cubs. You see what Pierce Johnson did in the month of August. Double-A Tennessee.
Jared Hughes, sinker baller on for the Pirates. 6-5 in relief with a 2.06 ERA.
John Baker thumps one to center, but he hit it too hard. He hit it right at McCutchen for the out. Keep doing that, John. It'll pay off.
Yeah, other minor league notes. Chris Bryant the other day was named the USA Today Minor League Player of the Year. He also won the Joe Bauman Award that goes to the minor league player with the most home runs. Joe Bauman hit 72 home runs in the Longhorn League many years ago.
Is that in Texas?
Yeah, Texas. It was. Arkansas. He played for a couple different clubs, at least in that league.
And Caesar bounces to Harrison.
Catch all the second half action on MLB.TV Premium, the #1 live streaming sports service. Watch every out of market game live in true HD on over 400 devices. Visit Cubs.com for details.
The Boise Hawks bounced out of the Northwest League playoffs by our buddies the Hillsboro Hops.
Yeah, Hops are tough. Mark Grace is their hitting coach.
Yep. Daytona is in the Florida State League Championship. Dropped game 1 to Fort Myers 5-1 on the road. It's a best of 5. One and one on Alcantara. Hughes has his sign, holds his hands high from the set position. The sinker's bounced foul directly behind home plate. Hard throwing right-hander Neil Ramirez. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Cubs go in order. We head to the 7th. It's 3-3. Friday's Girl, that's the Anderson Council on a WGN Cubs fan cam. Rookie right-hander Neil Ramirez with his sub-1 earned run average. Facing a tough hitter, though, Josh Harrison, already 3 hits today.
Yeah, high leverage situation here. Tie ball game. Top of the order. Good heater. Neil worked an inning on Wednesday. Quick inning, 1-2-3, had a strikeout. Needed only 8 pitches.
'96 put off the plate outside. The kick, the pitch, ground ball to short. Backhanded play. Baez. They get Harrison for the first time.
Still hit the ball pretty sharply, though. But a big out recorded by Ramirez. He gets things off to a good start here in the top of the 7th.
Mercer, nothing out of 3.
Ramirez works from the first base side of the rubber. He's a 3-pitch pitcher, fastball, curve, and a slider.
Oh, major lightning strike. Looked like over the lake, but it was eye-catching to say the least. "1-0 is in tight. 2 balls, no strikes.
Mercer got off to a slow start, but sometime in June he started to pick things up. Had a pretty good year. He's hit 9 home runs.
And here it comes. I was just going to say we're expecting some more rain. And here it is. And it may be here a while. And they've called for the tarp again.
You know, I don't know. Brian O'Nora's looking out at Jeff Kellogg. I don't know if anybody actually called for it. I'm guessing Kellogg did.
Yeah, I didn't see the crew chief, but
I mean, when the rain kind of started so quickly, everybody just kind of paused, and of course all that lightning in the area makes people a little nervous too.
Yeah, this one came very quickly,
and it's pretty much stopped.
But I don't think it's going to stop.
You got a bad
It just
forecast?
looks like it's going to rain for a while. Yeah.
There's some thunder just to kind of nudge everybody a little further up on the concourse, up under cover.
Baez still standing on third base. Now Jeff Kellogg's going to head out to make sure that this is the right call. I mean, Jeff Kellogg's saying, hang on a second.
Yeah, I mean, I never saw anybody call for the tarp. I'm assuming they did. Looking at the radar now.
I mean, it rained really hard for maybe a minute, and then it stopped. But it looks like it's going to come down. And Jeff Kellogg just got to look at it, I think, on that iPhone or whatever.
So weather is for the birds. There, take that, bad joke fan club.
And here it comes again. It's raining once again.
That is neat. Not quite as majestic as the Mighty Eagle, but still impressive. There they are. There's our Bad Joke fan club.
Well, here's the deal. The difference between before and now is that we have gotten into the 7th inning. And because of the game situation. And we assume, because it's 4:30, that we will finish this game today. If for some reason it doesn't stop raining and they decide that we're not going to be able to finish, this game would be picked up from this spot and finished probably tomorrow before what would be game 2 of this series. But it's still early enough where we should be here for a while. Hopefully we'll be able to complete this game on Friday.
Yeah, now unlike that earlier storm, it was kind of fast moving, and now it's kind of settled in right here.
Tarp is on the field, and yeah, here it comes. So a 3-3 tie as we wait. Chicago's Best coming up on WGN Local, America's funniest videos on WGN America. tonight, so instead of waiting it out, they're going to finish the game tomorrow. So we're in the top of the 7th in a 3-3 tie. At 2 o'clock here in Chicago, they will resume the suspended game with the regularly scheduled game to follow. That was scheduled to start at 3:05 p.m., but obviously it'll start shortly after this game ends. Stick with WGN news coming up locally and Cubs.com for channel information. We're still sorting out where this game will air, finishing tomorrow at 2 o'clock Central Time. So suspended here at Wrigley Field. The Pirates and the Cubs tied at 3. That's the story from Wrigley Field.